E ação, ação. E
Ele colocou o filtro lá?
início a programação da tarde do seminário 70 anos do CNPq, 1951-2021, passado, presente e futuro, pensando e
Recording in progress.
With the table on table 1, the role is Professor Evaldo Ferreira Vilela, the president of CNPq. We also invite the president of the Brazilian Science Academy, Professor Luiz Davidovich, and the president of the National Council for Professor Odir de Lagostin.
Olho nos olhos, né? E nós vamos ter, a partir daí, uma
face, and we can have a more personal kind of interaction. It is great for our path together. I'm here as a moderator, and to start with, we're going to talk about the role of CNPq in the national system of science, technology, and innovation. We have our president, Luiz Davidovich, as well as Mr. Luiz de Agostin. We are going to have the president of SBPC, Renato Giannini. He's abroad, he was teaching, and now he's going back to his hotel in order to join us. After that, we're going to have another roundtable coordinated by Professor Og Francisco de Souza, our director of the area of agronomy, health, and environment, agriculture, etc. Meaning that being online is great. Fernando Peregrino, also here with us. We have an important challenge. This is being recorded, and we want to hold this moment of CNPq, focusing on updating and moving forward. So we ask you to be as brief as possible so that we can hold the attention of our online participants as well. So our system is being created today. There is a movement to create it. It exists, but it's not created. So we are thinking about a decree, an originating law. And we need to write the role of CNPq, and the mission is quite clear, but it has varied a long time, and especially recently, because of science, budgets, and our present time. So I will ask Aloysio now to take the floor. We want to have the participation of all of you. We have SBPC, Confies, and NPG, which is going to be online. Flavia. Marcos Davi is also here. Nivio, representing spin-offs and startups. I'm sure he's going to be with us as well, online, I think. And then we also have Rafael Concept. And Robério is from the state of Bahia, president of FOPROP. So Luiz, the floor is yours. Thank you, Nivaldo.
realmente vou fazer uma apresentação resumida.
I will give a brief presentation. I thought I was going to present this morning, and I had 12 minutes, and I spoke about the history of CNPq. It was a mistake. It is common in our modern complex lives. But anyway, I will not repeat myself for what I said this morning. So I'll try and be brief about the role of CNPq in the system of science, technology, and innovation. I'd like to salute the president of CNPq, Professor Evaldo Vilela, member of ABC, Mr. Delagostin, and all of you who are here with us on site and also online. It is a pleasure being here in CNPq after 2 years of the pandemics. So it is a pleasure being here in this auditorium where we have fought for resources and innovation, etc. And always looking at CNPq as an essential agency for Brazil. CNPq is a good example of a policy of state founded in 1951. It revolutionized Brazilian science. The number of Brazilian researchers and scientists in 51 and the number that we have today, the difference is major. In 51, we had 100, and now we have 200,000. I found this at a Lattice platform. It is fantastic evolution because of CNPq. And being a state policy, as a policy of state, is very important because sometimes people forget that science, technology, and innovation need to be a long-term project. And when we look at the future of CNPq, we need to think about the long term. Taking as an example what happened in Brazil. I'm talking about your area, agriculture, Evaldo, livestock raising, a very important share of our trade balance. And in 1965, there was a decree founded the Imperial Agricultural School of the state of Bahia because of the cocoa. And then we have another agronomic institute in Campinas. And then we had the São Paulo School of Agriculture with the same mission, ESALC. And after we had the School for Agriculture and Veterinary Health, Viçosa University, that gave the first doctor's degree in Brazil. Evaldo was the dean in that university. But we need to understand why CNPq, founded in 51, was founded only 1 year after the National Science Foundation. It was a very fast reaction of Brazil to a new world that was ahead of us. It was motivated by the new form of energy that appeared, nuclear energy, and Brazil was very quick to adjust because it did not come from nowhere. We had a basis, as I explained. So building the future with a long-term view is very important, and CNPq, as it is today, can bring a lot to us. First of all, it has its experience of an evaluation, very important, development, and public resources involved. So we need to evaluate well. And we also learn evaluation as we learn science. And more and more sophisticated, or it deteriorates. So it needs to be a course that CNPq should pursue, not only in Brazil and by CNPq, but across the world. We need to look at research, and any index to evaluate a researcher can be, well, tampered with. I'm not going to mention many, but factor age, and one cites the other, for example. So their factor age can well give us a wrong idea. And this merit has two faces. So what benefit does it bring to society? But it can't be only this one, because otherwise we will kill basic science. But another point is the scientific impact of the research carried out by each researcher. So these two areas cannot be measured only by indexes. We need specialists who can say this is relevant, this is irrelevant. This is a challenge for our financing agencies here in Brazil and throughout the world. Evaluation. Another challenge is capacity building, qualification. It is very present today. It is not reasonable that fellowships for master's and doctor's degrees have a value that is 60% lower than the value they had in 2014. So in current conditions, this would be very difficult. If corrected by inflation. And obviously, sometimes we understand that post-graduation students, postgraduates as students, and they are not, they are workers. If you get a fellowship of 2,200 reals in large cities in the country, it's not viable. It's not feasible. I had a doctor's student. He worked in a slum. He lived in a slum, I beg your pardon. He actually enjoyed his meeting people there, but I went in there in a party. He invited me, and there were two police officers. And I asked them, and they told me to follow the arrows where it was written, the barbecue of the doctor. So we cannot carry on like this. There are companies, etc., and Brazil needs scientists and researchers. This needs to be corrected. Our students need to be supported and also motivated. And the fellowship of scientific initiation of CNPq has a major role in labs, being in touch with research. This is essential for the future of Brazil. And of course, that us in the Brazilian Science Academy, we say the following: we need to start at secondary grade, and it is hands-on science. In France, it is hands to dough, but in English it says, we say hands-on, and we need to foment that.
So in basic education, we need to use the fact that these children are in the phase of why. It's the curiosity phase, and this phase is very often destroyed by school. So schools need to encourage curiosity, work on it, rather than just writing on a blackboard, but rather encourage curiosity. And so it's a major mission for Brazil, starting at basic education, going to scientific initiation, and reaching doctorate and master's grants. So this is another parameter. I spoke about variation and training of personnel, and also the importance of long-term projects. And so for long-term projects, I'd say that we need to look at two sides, two places. It's almost a yin-yang, right? Well, we need to look first at the challenges posed by the Brazilian territory, the comparative advantages of the Brazilian territory, which is a territory that is potentially very rich. We have 20% of the world's biodiversity. We have fantastic biomes. It's not only the Amazon, there's Cerrado, there's Serra do Mar, there's Atlantic rainforest. And so biomes and agriculture, a fantastic book, shows that they are not in competition. So we have fantastic biomes that can be the source of wealth for Brazil. So 1 milligram of a substance extracted from the Amazon costs 4 times the milligram of gold. And so biodiversity is our gold. We cannot destroy biodiversity with illegal mining, because that destroys wealth greater than gold. And it's no use inventing a novi lingui, a new language, because when we call illegal mining artisanal gold extraction, that is about destroying. It's a crime against the nation. And so we need to fight this, and we need to look for alternatives using science to explore in a sustainable manner these biomes. We have one of the cleanest energy grids in the world. We need to strengthen this wind energy, solar energy that can be used to produce hydrogen, green hydrogen, and that's the future. It's what they're doing in Europe and US. Green hydrogen will be used in vehicles very soon. And so there's the national territory and there's what's being done abroad. So by combining these two, we will allow the country to develop and generate a lot of wealth. So abroad, they're talking about intervening in DNA, correcting diseases that were considered uncurable. And now they're curing anemia with DNA interventions. They're curing childhood blindness, which was cured by directly intervening in the DNA in the child's eye. And so this is fantastic, and Brazil mustn't be left out. CRISPR, biotechnology, nanotechnology, all this is around us. The world is developing. Are we going to be left behind? Are we going to allow this gap between Brazil and developed countries to widen? We have examples of countries that were behind us and are now ahead of us, such as South Korea and China, because they have focused projects. They decided to do this, decided to support science, technology, and innovation. It works, and we have time to do it. We have time to recover lost time. Lost because of the difficulty in doing innovation and lack of support for innovation. I'm not talking only about the current government, I'm talking about others as well, that did not focus appropriately on science, technology, and innovation. And just to complement, when we talk about biodiversity, we have to talk about the health industrial complex. We have everything it takes to have a huge health industrial complex with innovation that will not be disruptive. You know, the pharmaceutical industry 4 decades ago produced 50% of the raw materials that it used. Now it produces 5%. So we need to react, and CNPq is in a good position to lead this through instruments such as scientific initiation grants and post-graduation grants. So it is a major state agency. It's an initiative of the Brazilian state and will play a very important role in addressing challenges in the future. Thank you. We now have the president of SBBC online, Renato Giannini. He is already online on the video. Mariana is moderating. Professor Giannini, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you for the effort. You are abroad teaching international students. Thank you for joining us in the celebration of the 70th anniversary of CNPq. You have the floor. Thank you, President Evaldo. And I'd like to greet all the other participants and Luiz Davidovich, President of the Brazilian Academy of Science. I'm sorry for the delay, but the class that I give here started at the same time as the event here. But I hope I will not repeat what's already been said. The first point is that in 1951, 2 federal research funding institutes were created. And so this represents a project for development of Brazil that is very important. It's not by chance that this occurred. In the beginning of Brazilian industrialization, because Brazilian industrialization grew in the Vargas period, the first Vargas period. And when we had the return of the Vargas period elected democratically, the 2 federal research funding agencies were created. And this means that development goes hand in hand with intelligence. And this is what we must remember all the time, both societies that represent associations representing science, the 160 science associations linked to ASBBC, as well as the leaders of the research funding agencies. And we need to show society that there is no possible development without the development of intelligence. Luiz spoke about our biodiversity and the wealth that this provides to the world, potentially, and also economic gains that we can have. And so today we have a range of possible health products to be extracted from the Amazon biome and other biomes as well that can not only enrich the country and make it more prosperous and help the country to tackle poverty, but social policies cannot take place without growth of GDP. And there is the aspect of improving quality of life also. And so in this respect, we need to take into account human diversity. Brazil is a society with many different communities. I've heard that only in São Paulo alone, more than 150 languages are spoken because of the heavy immigration there. And we have 200 indigenous languages, some of which are spoken by few people, but they provide important insights in terms of cosmo views. And well, I remember the American linguist, who went to a tribe in the Amazon in order to learn their language, which it was unknown by white people, and he was his task was to translate the Bible. And in contact with them, he realized that they had no notion of time, of the passage of time. And this led the scientist ultimately to lose faith in God. I'm not saying that this was good or bad. I'm just saying that this scientist, when contacting a society that lives permanently in the present, there's no hunger, there is no winter. And so he realized that there is a different way of looking at the world. So there are many different ways of looking at the world, as different societies show. And I believe that all this is very important. I mustn't forget, especially speaking here at CNPq, that there was a program by CNPq in the 80s to survey indigenous languages, generally sending a linguist and anthropologist together to different tribes to collect several different languages. Some have even disappeared already. And to use a phrase that is often used to refer to Africa, but I think it applies also to Brazil, every time an old man dies in Africa, a whole library disappears. And we have libraries. We have the biological libraries of biodiversity, of knowledge, developed by Amazon societies. The discoveries that are being made recently by our archaeologists show that our indigenous peoples manage the forest. It's not just simply a gift of nature that we benefit from, but it was actually built by knowledge along centuries by the indigenous peoples living there, and was domesticated. In the Americas, maize was domesticated. So from an unedible plant, it became one of the main foods for the world. And so think of the role of science, which is huge, and with a huge protagonism, and even points that are not obvious. So for millennia, in almost every society, with few exceptions, there was domination of men over women. And the starting point was the greater strength of men compared to women, although this was kind of considered as greater intelligence. So when intelligence became a decisive factor in production about 200 years ago with new machinery, what happened is that the physical advantage of brute strength lost importance. And so the physical advantage lost compared to intelligence. And so there are other important facts, such as gender equality. Gender equality is closely connected to the fact that even though women are not as strong as men, they can compete in terms of intelligence. A significant case is that of Iran, where there are more women studying at universities than men. And so the subordination of women to men in Iran is just a question of time. It will end. How? I don't know, but it will happen. So intelligence is something that comes up everywhere, even in gender equality, ethnic equality, as we move forward in scientific knowledge. So I'd like to celebrate at the House of Scientists, as CNPq is known, the importance of intelligence and how important it is for Brazil to invest heavily in science and technology. Without this, we have no future, and we will remain as the country of the future. We need the future to become present, and for that to happen, it's important to invest economically, politically, and also thank you very much, President Evaldo.
Congratulations to the whole of the scientific community in Brazil, and thank you very much. Thank you very much for helping us with your words. And in the national system of science, technology, and innovation is very important, and CNPq needs to continue playing this remarkable role. Ojir is here. I will give him the floor, and then we're going to have another table with Professor Ogi coordinating for us. Professor Ojir, floor is yours. Thank you very much. It is a pleasure being here, present here in this auditorium, together with authorities to celebrate the 70 years of CNPq. My salute, my colleague and friend Evaldo Vilela, also Davidovich of ABC, Renato Giannini, president of SBPC, and all of you here and online. It is very easy talking about CNPq, and it is a pleasure. I will start by using the title of Helena Nader. CNPq is the house of researchers, and saying that is easy and true, because in fact, CNPq is the house of researchers. And who are researchers? Yes, those who work as tutors and postdocs, students of master's degrees, doctor's degrees, and also junior scientific initiation, especially those who produce and execute research and produce knowledge. CNPq is a transforming agent. It changes lives, realities, the country. I can tell you about my example. In 1998, I graduated and I had the initiation grant of FAP of the state of Rio Grande do Sul. And then just after that, I had a grant for improvement. At the time, it was called improvement. And I carried on researching at the University of Rio Grande do Sul. And then I went to England to study, thanks to the program that provided me with a grant. When I came back, there was another grant for those recently post-graduated. And then I started teaching at university, again with a grant for research productivity. So in a short period of time, I reached the highest level of CNPq. I was 38 years of age. So it brings a lot of responsibility to continue to contribute more and more with the National System for Science and Technology. And my history is similar to that of many others. So CNPq helps many people change their realities every year. There's one number that is not in the publication, how many individuals were covered by CNPq last year with allowances or grants or fellowships with any modality. Around 130,000 people. And this growth was major because in 2002, this number was 16,000, and in 2005 it was 40,000 people. In 2010, 120,000. We reached the highest number with 175,000 people covered by CNPq's modalities of grants. From 2015 to 2021, in these 7 years, many people were covered. We are talking about almost 500,000 people. It is very relevant. So CNPq helps change realities, personal and institutional ones, and the reality of the country. That's why this agency is so important. I'm still very amazed by the importance of this agency in order to strengthen the system for national health, for national science and technology. We also need to improve our partnerships with the FAPs, which are foundations to support research. So we have CONFAP and CNPq. They help cover regional needs and change realities of people in the field in the 27 states in the country. That's why we need to focus more and more on the strengthening of these institutions. In synergy with CAPES, CNPq works with human resources, but the focus here is developing research. That's why I would like to comment on the future of CNPq. It needs to continue supporting research. CAPES gives fellowships, but CNPq, together with the FAPs, helps research. They aid research, so we need to increase this assistance so that our researchers can actually produce and express their capacity to produce knowledge and technology and to provide innovation that the economy is so much in need of. We also need to support those working with master's and doctor's degrees and postdocs. The number of doctors in our country is quite expressive, and we have another 20,000 doctors every year. So we need to provide them with conditions to carry on so that they don't need to go to other countries, as we have seen this morning, so that we can retain those brains, so that they can contribute to our country, our society here in Brazil.
Lá fora, estando lá fora.
mas eles podem
They
contribuir
also contribute when they are abroad, but they can contribute even more here. So CNPq needs to provide attention to support these young doctors. We are working with FAPs, and CNPq already works with young researchers. The country needs it. Thank you.
Bom, nós vamos passar à segunda mesa agora.
Now we're going to have a second roundtable. But beforehand, I'd like to say that we are recording, and contributions have been very important to CNPq. We are going to make good use of this moment. It's such a wealth of perceptions and discussions at this moment of major transformation of society. And this obviously affects our condition as a fomenting agency.
Nós temos que nos adaptar. Luiz falou.
We need to adapt. Luiz said something very interesting about the analysis of research projects.
Nós precisamos.
It is simpler now than it used to be. We need to see if it has a delivery, if it is basic research or benefits to society. If the project is not good and does not have these requirements of providing contributions, impact, or knowledge, it is no good, regardless of the number of publications, of citations and publications, because we need to follow the evolution. And adaptation to times. This is what ensures us of the future. So it was very important to hear our colleagues here. And we are going to publish these contributions to make it clear that we are here celebrating 70 years of CNPq and reflecting about the present and the future. A very important moment. Thank you. Our dear professor say that unfortunately was not able to join us, but he salutes CNPq in its 70 years and salutes our directors, civil servants, and Beirão is an icon. He represents a lot to us here at CNPq. So I'm very pleased. Zorog, can you please come and moderate the next table? How entities and DFs we have as partners, NPG, Nívio, I'm sure he's here online, as well as Peregrino, helping us in the area of science and technology, Roberto, Rafael. These are the contributions. How do these entities see CNPq? We only have a short period of time for each one, but I will ask each one of you to keep good timing. Thank you. Now, we're going to have a second round table on the role of CNPq in the fomenting of research. Augie Souza, Director at CNPq, Fernando Peregrino, President of Confias, Marcos Davi, President of Undifes, Robério Rodrigues, President of FOPROP, and also Flávia Calé, President of ANPG, Nívio Diviani, President of the Startup Commune and member of the ABC, and Rafael Pontes Lima, President of Concept.
A todos. Primeiramente, eu queria agradecer a presença de todo
First, I
mundo.
would like to thank you all for your attendance. It's a very important event. It's actually our first in-person event after a long time. So not only our 70th anniversary. So it is a very significant event. So without further ado, I would like to say thank you to the members of this panel, not only those who are in person, but also those who are online. And I will give the floor immediately to Fernando Peregrini, who will start. We are going to discuss the vision of the ICT entities on the role of CNPq in funding research. We have a long tradition of partnerships with these entities. It's part of our everyday work to have this interaction. And so it is simply something, well, it's one of the secrets of our success. In the past, we did it a lot, and now we will take stock of this. So I'd like to say thank you very much to all of you who are in attendance, Marcos, Robério, Fernando, and online we have Nívio, Rafael, and Flávia. And I'd like to give the floor to Fernando Peregrino, who is the president of Confis, which is the National Council of foundations supporting higher education organizations and funders of research. Good afternoon, Yogi, good afternoon to my panel colleagues, and also through our President Evaldo. Thank you for the honor and the invitation. I am not 70, I am more than 70, I'm 72. I was born a year before CNPq and CAPES, as the president of SBPC mentioned. He mentioned this coincidence. I hope you have actually noticed this, that it was a time of industrialization of the country. We didn't lose the essence of a developed country because it is industry that demands skilled labor. It is an obligation to train people. And this is so true that I'm going to use some slides. I will not go over my time, but I'm moved that to be back here. I used to go with my colleagues of the CNPq. I learned a lot at CNPq. It was a real school for me. Also, Fabio, head of CTBR, which is the National Alliance of the entities supporting research, and also Flavia and Nívio and Rafael, my colleagues, and I will ask someone to pass these slides. I couldn't forget to mention or not mention that the importance of CNPq for me personally. And so this is what we realized as supporting entities and foundations, how they are playing their role. And so the first slide, please, if you can please pass the slide. Yeah, it seems to be some difficulty. So a quick timeline: 51 CNPq, 52, and so it's a 100-year timeline, 70 years timeline until 2022. And so until 1985, it was in 1985 that the Ministry of Science and Technology was created, as well as the technological innovation nucleuses. They were created in 1982 at the time of President Linaldo Cavalcanti, who was an entrepreneur of the CNPq. And so Linaldo is a true entrepreneur in CNPq, and he dared to say that science had to communicate with industry. And he created the NITs as facilitating agents. And so that's when they were created, and I was a collaborator of CNPq at the time. From then on, you can see that while Brazil lost industry capacity for transformation, dropping 10% as in the pre-Getúlio Vargas era, countries that dared to invest in science, technology, and human resources, they actually grew to very high levels. And this is the contrast that I wanted to show. That's when South Korea became an industrialized country, a completely literate country. It used to be a rural, illiterate country, everything that Brazil is now. And it became an industrialized country, and other countries did the same homework. Then we had the innovation law, and also the foundation was created. Scientists went to President Itamar Franco and said, the way things are, we can't import anything, not even seeds. We need to do something. And so they created the foundation. No other country has something similar. They wanted to bring speakers. If you bring speakers from abroad, they never heard of this. The Chinese, they were actually surprised with this foundation, and they were curious, and they came afterwards to look at what this foundation does as a link between the public system and the industrial system. And so then we had the TCU, the AGU, and CGU, which were agencies that grew in this same timeline. Extremes of bureaucracy. I will mention only three. Why do you need a receipt from a grant holder? Why do I, as director of a foundation, why do I need to receive a receipt from a grant holder, a receipt, if this is traceable, if this is if the grant money is deposited in this person's account automatically, well, the researchers, they need to submit all their receipts. And well, what do you think of? So the grant holder, if they do not sign the receipt, they will not receive further grants. Well, yeah, that's really very strange. And so I had to tell the minister, you yourself ordered this. And I had to assure the minister that 97 cents were enough to paralyze a project on exploration of deep sea oil. Petrobras announced 106 billion reais of profit because of technology, thanks to technology. Oil is extracted with the qualified labor that we train in our universities. And so, well, today is all about celebration. So I will not go too deeply into this. I explained this to the minister and he lowered his head and he was sad. Yes, they are killing research. They are killing young people who can no longer bear all this red tape. For everything, there is red tape. Even, well, creativity is bigger than research, and they are constantly creating new hurdles. So he actually lowered his head and was very sad. So some data to show that the sources that I'm going to mention here are the ones dropping here, which, with the exception of the one at the bottom, which is the research and development clause for multinationals to explore oil in the country. They need to pay 1%. It's 1%, not 10%. They need to pay 1% in order to explore oil. And this goes to universities, while Petrobras takes 50% and puts it in the pocket, and Shell, for instance, invests 1% in research. And now you see that there is this provisional measure here, taking the money from the clause, and they start buying new trucks, transporting this. Well, this is a crime against Brazilian science, because this is a concession, this is a contract with the Brazilian state, with the concessionaires that came here to explore oil, but they need to invest in Brazilian research. So it's very unfortunate. And so we see that, well, I helped to create the science framework, and it's all in the law, but in certain aspects, there seems to have been a rebellion by bureaucrats. They didn't like this. And I heard this from Minister Kassab's office. Someone said that at the ministries, they are not going to comply with this provision. They will not comply with it. The representative of the law of the Brazilian state said they are not going to comply with the legal framework. Here I'm showing, there's the president of Untitled with the drops in capital here in funding. So it's what maintains university activity and research in universities. And you can see that it's dropping, while something that draws attention is the foundations. They take money from third parties and transfer to laboratories, and we see a growth there. In blue, we have 8 billion reais. 8 billion reais. 8 billion. Next. Data from the supporting foundations showing a growth. 75,000 is the number of staff engaged in research. Resources from the oil clause, resources from the FNDCT. I asked CGU today, are you going to cancel this? Are you going to do something at the Ministry of the Economy to transfer the FNDCT to LC 177? Are you going to do a maneuver in economy? Have you heard about this? So they are going to transfer to contingency reserves 90% of FNDCT, and this affects CNPq.
Next one.
Aqui é o seguinte, inventaram que o laboratório de pesquisa
They say that the lab cannot provide services. The labs at universities. Why? It cannot provide services. Why not? We have infrastructure costed, being funded by the public authorities. I mean, it is so much bureaucracy. And the role is to complement CNPq, because my export manager is very pleased with the speed for having certificates. It guarantees to researchers resources for exports and other barriers brought about by bureaucracy. And he said to me, I'm having coffee of the 8666 law. It is a regime of hiring, of purchases and contracts. I mean, it is bureaucracy, but buyers are afraid of buying and asking for quality. We need to finish with that. Congratulations, CNPq, their president, everyone, and it's great to participate. I'm not sure if I should be sad or happy to see that there's someone that is so mad as me or angry as me. Well, now, Untitled.
Bem, boa tarde para todas e todos.
Good afternoon. I'd like to salute Evaldo, the president, and to thank for the invitation to participate in this event. I'd like to talk to Francisco, Roberto, and all the other colleagues here in this panel, people here and people online, Nívio, Rafael. I would like to salute Carol in our forum for deans of postgraduates, the secretary of Luiz Davidovich, also Odir, those who participated in the previous table, and those here present. This is a moment of celebration. The success of a policy of the state, which was the foundation of CNPq, as part of the system of science and technology. I think that as a representative of a federal university, I'd like to mention a few points with you. The first part has to do with the political conception of a national system of science and technology for a country as ours. Certainly, it was present in all.
Sobre a capacidade de compreender.
Who spoke before me? The ability to understand that without a consistent policy, we are discarding a good future for our country. This manifests when we discuss vocations of development in our country, and maybe we are at a moment in history when this science and technology policy as a structuring factor to our country has no fundamental vision. Well, beforehand, several examples were given demonstrating that a country without investments in science and technology discards its potential of development. We can see that in industry as a component for the generation of economic wealth. Brazil has reduced its share in the international participation of industry from 3 to 1.5%.
Todos os exemplos já foram dados da riqueza que o
All
Brasil.
examples were given. And the fact that we do not have consistent investment in science and technology, this jeopardizes our investments and our development. So the first point has to do with recognizing science and technology as strategical for the development of the country. The second is that I find it essential that we recognize the centrality of federal universities in Brazil for the science and technology policy. We cannot think that we're going to build this system and that universities are not at the core of this process. In historical moments when universities are questioned, their role ends up by being reduced in the building of science and technology policies. That's why they need to play a central role. Another point or axis I would like to explore is financing.
O eixo do financiamento está totalmente imbricado com a discussão.
Financing has to do with how essential it is our science and technology policy. And we live a serious moment in Brazil regarding this. If the state no longer plays its essential role of financing science and technology, we are jeopardizing this policy. And this is what's happening, unfortunately, because of two reasons. First, fiscal policy. The budget is constricted because of a fiscal rule, and it was expected that with this law and the growth of populations, that discretionary budgets are jeopardized, and science and technology suffered too. Today, the scenario is such that investment in science and technology reduces every year, and we have a negative prognostics. We will only think about a solution if we think about redesigning the fiscal scenario in Brazil. And the consequences of this reduction in financing appear in several areas. For example, the reduction of the nominal value of allowances. This is very concerning because we're paying low grants, because this brings a lot of difficulties. We have reduction of postgraduates, and this is together science and technology and post-graduation. So we're facing losses in the number of students of post-graduation in universities. And it is cruel because first, it brings a perverse social selection. And also, this is what we realize. But it's not only about financing grants, but infrastructure, research infrastructure, and this is essential. And to this effect, bringing together these 2 points of my analysis, so financing and policy, this is where I get to the essential role of CNPq. CNPq needs to be provided with so that it can fulfill its role. We need a policy to provide for this policy, because without this ability to recover budgets, to guarantee the policy, without the sources of financing, we are going to jeopardize science and technology and the science as a whole. I'd like to conclude by saying that science and technology is essential for the project of a country that we all seek for, and we cannot have financing that is not enough for development of science and technology. And also we need to respect the role of universities in this system as essential in the process. Investment inside CNPq as a channel for these resources. We celebrate 70 years of CNPq, but I would like to wish that the next decades of CNPq take place in more favorable scenarios than the one that we face today in Brazil. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all of you.
Marcos Davi pela fala dele, e antes de prosseguir,
Before we move on, I'm very sorry I have to go to the Senate with my colleagues, and so I apologize. I will not be able to remain. Thank you for the invitation. Congratulations to you all, Marcos, and all of you here. Continuing, we have now Professor Nívio Ziviani, who is a member of ABC, and he has a startup as well. He's online. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here and an honor. Thank you for the invitation by Professor Evaldo Vilela and Mariana's support, and also Augie Francisco, our moderator, through whom I would like to greet all of you. I will share my screen to show you some slides.
Espero que todos estejam vendo.
I hope you can all see. The idea is to speak about the role of CNPq in fostering research in the past, present, and future. I will.
Tem problema aqui na passagem do slide. Ok. Então, eu gostaria de falar pouquinho sobre o passado.
So I will speak about the past. So we used to have individual projects. I had many of them.
Mas houve grande salto quando, no final dos anos 90, passou
but there was a great leap at the end of the 80s when we began to finance groups. So a program of excellence, CIAM, with information systems in mobile computation environments. Translation apologizes. We are receiving background noise in our audio. We are having some difficulty understanding the speaker because of background noise. So, what is the meaning of this? Of course, there are many implications. One of them is that scientific production in Brazil, 0.8% of world production in 1996, went to 2.6 in 2018.
2015 a 2020, com pouco mais de 370 mil publicações, isso dá cerca de 3% da produção mundial.
Translation apologizes. We are receiving a lot of background noise.
Na proporção que deveria se comparado com os países desenvolvidos. Esse é dos problemas terríveis aqui no nosso país. Para vocês terem uma ideia do tamanho do que eu estou dizendo, vamos pegar o exemplo. Pegar aqui o exemplo.
So I'll take an example here.
Gerenciar meus slides. Não sei por quê. Bom, esse é o exemplo que eu queria citar.
So this is the example that I wanted to mention. Let's take MIT. a small university with 10,000 students. Translation apologizes again, too much background noise. It is not possible to continue.
Eles estudaram o número de empresas que nasceram a partir de
The
estudantes.
number of companies going through MIT. And so they cataloged 25,800 active companies, 3.3 million people employed, and also, in addition to being active, well, they had to be alive, of course. And making $1.8 trillion a year. That's companies that were created at the time. And so that's equivalent to the Brazilian GDP. If you take Stanford, it's more than that. If you take Google, Google is worth around 800 billion, and the holding is much more than that. And so there's Nike, there's HP, Yahoo, all this was born in Stanford. Now I'm going to talk about some innovative enterprises that I had the opportunity to participate in. And so I was fortunate to be present in 3 major technological waves. One of them was Metabusca, which is a very strong industry today. Airbnb, for instance, for renting rooms, and Max Milhas, and many others. When I got involved in this, it was in the beginning of the web. In the 90s, the web connects people. We talk about internet. Internet is an infrastructure that links computers. It was created in the 60s. And so we talk about web as if it were the same as internet, linking people. But the web was created in the 90s. And then I participated in the traditional searches that we use every day. And the third wave was AI, which for me is more like a tsunami. It's that huge wave, actually, with AI at the tip of the wave. And so these are the companies that were created. In Metabusca, there was Miner. In MetaSearch, there was Miner. My master's thesis was on this. We created a company in April. 14 months later, we sold the company to the Folha de São Paulo UOL group. What's the consequence of this? If you go to UOL, you'll find a lot of people from Minas, because my student was from Minas. If you take PagSeguro, for instance, worth many million, the CTO, the Margin Nord, is Mastro Araújo is in charge of operations there, and he did his master's with me in traditional searches. We created at the end of 99, in March 2000, we created Aquan, a company that marketed search technology. And so, to cut a long story short, 5 years later, we got picked up by Google's radar. So they purchased Aquan. It was the first company to purchase Aquan. And so,
and it was one of the most important in the world. The person that looks after the search is a doctorate student of mine. He has many people under him. So any search in Google, the 10 first answers or replies are algorithms created by this group. And we also created the NEMU in 2009 that was purchased by Lynx in the area of e-commerce. And in 2016, I was co-founder with Konumi in the area of artificial intelligence. UFMG is a shareholder of Konumi. The university, the Federal University of Minas Gerais, is a shareholder at Konumi. So we created this in 2011, and by force, before the legal framework. And the idea is that UFMG receives dividends, the value of sales, a percentage, the intellectual property in the university is transferred by 5% of the actions, and the startup has autonomy in the right of vote.
So the university, when the company is diluted, it's simply communicated that 5% was directed to X, and there is no risk in terms of liabilities and so on. And so this is a very important summary of this legal piece. All the other universities were afraid of doing similar things. And so we tried with Unicamp, with USP, but people there, well, you need to be really forceful. Now, a little bit about AI. AI, according to Andrew Ng, who is co-founder of Coursera at Stanford, he said that AI is the new electricity. That means that AI will transform every industry, create huge economic value, ranging from healthcare to manufacturing, logistics, and retail, just as electricity transformed almost everything about 100 years ago. That's why he said AI is the new electricity. This type of technology is called general purpose technology. These are technologies that quickly become part of our everyday lives. They evolve with time and they generate complementary innovations. Another important example are the internal combustion engines. And so AI is a revolution. It's the so-called fourth revolution, as important as electricity and engines, internal combustion engines. And we need to pay attention to it. And AI is the general purpose technology of the moment. Why? Because we can give to computers the capacity to learn without having to explicitly program them, because they learn from data. I'll give an example. When we receive a call from a loved one, from a friend, we answer the call and we recognize the voice immediately. And we are able to say whether the person is happy or sad. In a few seconds, we can detect this. This detection was never achieved through traditional software engineering, but with AI, all this is possible. Fake news starts there. You are able to detect emotion, lip reading. This is all possible now. And these are the consequences. So we have different data, computational vision. We are able, on a computer or a smartphone, to capture every detail of a moving image with impressive precision, almost 100%. Speech, the emotion in speech, it's possible to detect that. Translation, many of you possibly use, well, the quality of translation is very recent and a consequence of AI. The processing of natural language processing, but what's behind NLP is AI. And together with all the other things that I'm showing, the consequences are very impressive, such as autonomous vehicles and detection of fraud and others. In the area of health, it's very impressive, the impact that we already have. Now, I'd like to speak about the future, about the institutes of science and technology of the future. My understanding, 3 characteristics are necessary. Multidisciplinarity, involving researchers from different areas. Today, you can no longer work in isolation. I work in the area of health with AI, and so I deal with a huge number of physicians and researchers in health. This is possible because data analysis is done through AI. Another important aspect is acceleration. Projects are increasingly linked with one another, and the links between or among projects through AI is actually done through data. You can have data, for instance, on suicide studies conducted by a psychiatrist, for instance, or the same prediction models for suicide. In the first appointment, you can use this in an app to predict something related to energy, for instance, which is another important topic that we have been working on. So acceleration of new discoveries and practical results in the short term. And not talking about basic research, I'm talking about research that has an impact on society, such as the one I've been conducting as a serial entrepreneur. An example is in the area of climate sustainability at the University of Stanford. They're creating the first school in 70 years. It is expected to be inaugurated in fall, in September. The project took some time to mature because they wanted the school to be located at the same distance of different areas of the university. So it took some time to find the right place. And the school teaches us what a Science and Technology Institute of the future will be. And what about CNPq? My predecessors have spoken about the role, the crucial role that CNPq has had, considering its past, present, and certainly future. So congratulations for the 70 years of robust contribution to Brazilian science. And so this is what I wanted to do. Thank you for your attention. I will now conclude the sharing.
Obrigado.
O áudio do CNPq está fechado. Não consigo ouvir.
Eu comecei a ouvir você.
CNPq is muted.
Rafael, você está...
Oi.
Agora sim.
Não, desculpa que eu não...
Sorry. Sorry, you're announced. I am...
Do professor Níveis e Vianney, eu estava até meio...
I confess that I was quite amazed. I've studied Professor Nívio Ziviani all my life, so sorry about that. It is an honor. I just printed your screen and shared with all my colleagues in Minas, in PUC, in UFMG. You were a major reference for us, for my generation, and in the whole of the Brazilian IT community. Today, I am speaking for CONSEC, National Council for Councils of IT. Do I have 10 minutes? Yes, I thanked Professor Nívio, and Rafael, you actually have the floor now. I'm sorry my phone was muted. Well, I'm sorry, I had 2 agendas, and that's why I couldn't be there in person, but on behalf of the Council, I'd like to thank for the invitation and also to congratulate, because CNPq represents science in Brazil. I am the Secretary of Science and Technology of the state of Amapá, and my knowledge area is computational science, is IT, and it is a major base for the development of science, technology, and innovation in Brazil. Together with the new ministry, I met him 2 weeks ago, Minister Paulo Alvim, and I said that we need to hold hands, to go together. Science is not something you do alone. There's no hero. We need to understand that this major ecosystem of science, technology, and innovation needs to leave the discourse and become action. So this debate needs to celebrate the 70 years of CNPq, but especially for us to think, as mentioned by Professor Nívio, about everything that we have gone through in the last 70 years so that we can have lessons learned and translate them into potential and action, making everything developed along years in our universities and ICTs and research institutes become service, business, products that reach the population of the country. I also take forward the cause of the Amazon. CNPq also has an impact in the Amazon. It is a showcase of research for the whole world, especially regarding biodiversity. But I am also talking on behalf of the peoples of the Amazon, so that science, technology, and innovation leave the discourse and actually impact the Amazon with services, products, technology transfers that bring improvement to the quality of life of their populations. The CNPq is a major showcase for fomenting research labs that are developed in the Amazon to improve the quality of life of the population. I also would like to thank, on behalf of all secretaries of Science and Technology, for the impact CNPq has in states and municipalities, for the population, for the territories, for the actual field. That's where science actually happens, in isolated communities, in different places, services and policies for society. So the impact of CNPq, our research support foundations, that's how we can make policies actually reach out for our communities and population. We see that this partnership with CNPq is a way to guarantee partnerships with universities, services, research institutions, integrating the academic community, markets, society, governments, bringing technology transfers to the population. Along years, especially in the last years, in recent years, a reduction of resources that reach universities. And this ends up by suffocating states, municipalities, and we need to strengthen institutions such as CNPq so that we can integrate states and municipalities and push along and promote, I beg your pardon, major research projects. We have seen the impact of technology in health and so many other areas. And the pandemics showed what science is able to do. We created a vaccine in record time, for example. So by promoting projects continuously, we are going to have a more robust population. We have 5 regions in our country. They have different potentials, expertise, and the degree of technological and scientific maturity. And I'm sure CNPq is the major and main institution that can regulate, focusing on the future, so that science, technology, and innovation be a place for transformation in several levels: economic, social, scientific, etc., and also that it is the hub that brings about the 3 spheres of the population, especially bringing good qualifications, good basic education, strengthening academic careers from the beginning. We need the integration with markets so that we can have stronger post-graduations as well, and this can then actually reach the markets and industry and have the economic impact in our municipalities. I am optimistic. I read Professor Nívio Ziviani my whole life, and I still believe in people, in institutions. So on behalf of my institution, I'd like to congratulate you all, and also to congratulate CNPq in its 70th anniversary. So our country is going to be better with the work of CNPq, with a population able to transform our wealth into realities, services through technology and science. Congratulations to all of you at CNPq and to all of you who develop science and technology in the country, in the all the states of Brazil. Congratulations. Thank you, Rafael. Now, Robério da Silva. He is from FOPROP. Thank you, Robério. Good afternoon, all of you here, all of you online. Thank you, Professor Francisco, Marcos Davi, Valdo, Zaira. I will start by congratulating CNPq, part of the construction of Brazilian science in the last 70 years. We have many problems in Brazilian science. Still, we have them. But Brazilian science would not exist at the level it is today without CNPq and contributing for 70 years. In our work at FOPROP, well, we were established in 1985, so CNPq was already 34 years old then. FOPROP joins over 260 institutions of higher education. They execute in the field national policies of science and technology and innovation. All federal universities, state-level universities, federal institutes, all types of universities and private universities, most of them. So we are widespread across the country, and we are affected by the work of CNPq in our everyday lives. For us, deans of research, science, research, technology, and innovation, we defend very strongly all the work carried out by CNPq, making CNPq actually deliver its mission. The CNPq, as an agency of the Brazilian state, it belongs to the Brazilian state and not to any specific government or administration. CNPq is a heritage of the Brazilian people,
intended to promote the development of a civilized nation, a nation that is able to create mechanisms and solutions in order to survive long term. So it's a struggle for the scientific community to defend the role of CNPq and a public budget to finance research policies. And given the characteristics of construction of knowledge, as we do in Brazil, as well reported by Professor Marcos Davi, essentially within post-graduation programs, the national policy for post-graduation is a national policy that worked. It's a state policy that works. It doesn't belong to a government. It belongs to the state. And in the vision of FOPROP, there will need to be a process of transformation in the next post-graduation plan that will be designed. We don't have a CNPq for 2022 with the PNPG that ended, and so we had a target of 60,000 doctors and masters, and these targets are now achieved, but the issue is that we are not going to be able to train so many people with a focus on academia, which is what happens essentially. We need to be concerned, Professor Marcos, with the format of training of our students and the insertion of these graduates. The papers are not the main product of a post-graduation program. It's the graduates and the knowledge that is generated. And we need to insert these graduates and the knowledge that was given to them and that they were able to accumulate in their training and put this and deliver this to Brazilian society in terms of modernization of industry and so on. It's incredible. It's not possible for us to think that it's normal to send a ship full of cocoa to Switzerland in exchange for a container full of chocolate. Because this will all generate a lot of good things in Switzerland, and we will remain treating Brazilian producers of cocoa. We could be exporting other commodities. So this transformation needs to happen in the post-graduation programs, and such as, well, looking at a basic education. We need to find solutions for it. CNPq has a crucial role in the development, regional development, with programs that have already been mentioned here, which were essential in promoting development such as Pronex, Pronem, DCR, a program that internalized the critical mass trained in major centers. And FOPROP has a proposal that we have already spoken about with many government players, the creation of a professional masters for the development in the Brazilian semi-arid region. We are forming a network with institutions ranging from the north of Minas Gerais and the whole of the semi-arid area, focusing essentially on development of the semi-arid area, which is a major frontier that needs to be developed so that we stop talking about deforesting the Amazon or the Atlantic rainforest. We have every condition to create a program of development, and CNPq will be key in this process. It is no longer acceptable, and CNPq was very important in it. It is no longer acceptable not to have close connections between university and companies. Because if we look at discussions inside universities and also our colleagues and trade unions, it's treated like a crime for universities and companies to join efforts to produce knowledge, patents. So this is something that we need to address. The law of innovation of 2016, it clearly states this, the important role of integration between private and public sectors in promoting development. But within universities, there is still a majority that refuses to engage in this discussion. Another thing that the community doesn't accept, it confuses the role of CNPq with the role of CAPES. The roles are very different. The community no longer accepts a confusion between the roles of the two institutions. They have complementary roles. CAPES and CNPq were created and designed to complement one another. CNPq provided very important service. No one spoke about this, but in the organization of a data bank that by aggregating research groups and the CVs of researchers, it gathered all the critical mass in Brazil. And so even though it's something that might seem very simple for us today, but the Lattice platform and the National Directory of Research Groups plays a very important role in so that CNPq can modernize in terms of its IT base. So representative entities in order to invest in the base, which is so important. I've rarely seen the academic community so stressed as they were last year when the database of the Lattice curriculum stopped working for a few days, and they were extremely stressed. And so it's very important. Another thing that, in order to conclude, I think CNPq plays a very important role in fostering research, both applied and basic research, without distinguishing between different knowledge areas and remodeling those terms of those administrative orders of the Ministry of Science and Technology, establishing priority areas. I think that was an important contribution that Professor Evaldo promoted. So this is my message, and also I'd like to express wishes that CNPq will continue to play the important role that it has in Brazilian science. One last thing before I give the floor to Flávio. The forum is very sensitive in terms of the recomposition of the value, the amount of the study grants. I know that CNPq is facing a complicated situation. 3.2 billion reais it used to have in its budget in 2014, and we know that it's much less today. But we need to be worried about our students in big centers. They are no longer able to support themselves and focus on their studies with a 1,500 real grant for their doctorate. And so our struggle as organized civil society is to strengthen the budget of CNPq, thereby strengthening the recomposition of the amount of these grants. Thank you, and congratulations once again for the 70 years as the pillar of Brazilian society. Thank you, Roberto. Lastly, but no less important, we have Flávia Calé da Silva, President of the National Association of Postgraduates. She's also online. I used to be member of this organization. Yes, everyone goes through this phase, right, Professor? Good afternoon to all of you. Can you all hear me? Great. Now, I would like to greet CNPq and congratulate CNPq for its 70th anniversary through President Evaldo Vilela, also Professor Zaida, Professor Francisco, and also greet all the staff of CNPq, permanent staff that keep this institution standing, such an important institution for scientific and technological development. And also, I would like to do this through my colleague Roberto Nunes. 70 years of our National System of Science and Technology and a project of development and national sovereignty based on technological autonomy. This is a constitutional precept, still a challenge for our country. So an institution designed by Brazilian scientists, relying on our full support in advocating its existence also. So I would like to greet and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I think well, I think it was Professor Francisco that said this is the first in-person event since the pandemic, and COVID is a milestone. Everything that I'm going to say has already been referred to, but I just want to reinforce the arguments. COVID is an important milestone for the debate on the future, because the changes in productive chains as a result of social advances in knowledge poses new parameters for for all our relations. It was very disruptive, from economic and social developments to war. This cyber war and the new dimensions that it takes on, and so new parameters in all dimensions, generating also new inequalities between countries. And Brazil, with the policy of weakening science and technology institutions and the weakening of funding for research, is really behind. And COVID is an important milestone, because the scarcity of resources poses a new trend of pursuing self-sufficiency. I'm not sure that the process of globalization has been reversed, but it is a trend of pursuing self-sufficiency in essential strategic commodities, guaranteeing food security and energy sufficiency, self-sufficiency, and sustainable development. And all this is very much at the center of discussions around the world. And in Brazil also, we need to also discuss the advances in scientific denial. How does the population see science? And science, most of the population trusts science, but I think we have a problem for the future. Share of the population that has not taken the vaccine, for instance, posing a risk. And it's something that we need to think about. And so based on these three diagnoses, the need for funding and the funding of science and the trend towards self-sufficiency in science and technology and containing scientific denial, I would say that these are three major challenges.
First, the need of investment in science and technology to be linked, constitutionally speaking. This is essential in the rule of law, because it can secure constant funding for this area. CNPq needs to recover its ability to provide infrastructure to national science. And it is weakened at the moment. Financing research, we need to recover that. It is an urgent challenge. It needs to be linked constitutionally with a budget of at least 2% of the GDP for science, technology, and innovation. The second is that we depend on the qualification of professionals of excellence. And I am happy that this topic has been mentioned by several of the institutions, I beg your pardon, here. It is a strategical challenge of Brazil. And CNPq is an inducer and organizer of the science and technology system. It plays an important role with the productive sector, contributing to knowledge so that it has relation to productive sectors and to society. It needs to serve society. So CNPq needs to invest on young people. on young talents in Brazil. We need to have an emergency policy to stop the evasion of doctors from the scientific career in general as well, not only recently graduated doctors, and also the stop of brain drain. We need robust emergency policy to contain these problems, and the data that we have about evasion does not take into account of the brain drain in the last 3 years in the country, especially because of the pandemic. And it brings the need for new policies, for new talents and high-level professionals. CNPq needs to be this platform to induce this knowledge generation, and also to make this knowledge be at the service of society. Also, we need help to structure a scientific career in Brazil, taking into account masters, doctors. They need to be rights bearers. We need to have that policy in Brazil, so that we can be more professional even in recognition of this work in post-graduation in Brazil. So the structuring of this policy for postgraduates needs to be a task by CNPq as the organizing institution of our system for science and technology. And as mentioned before, we need to adjust the value of the allowances. This needs to be a policy of the state. It needs to be permanent. If we had a yearly adjustment, it would be better. So these two things that I mentioned, as CNPq used to have, is an essential issue, and it is an urgent challenge. Finally, about the need for us to resume, so that we can resume to a strong science policy, to stop negationism in Brazil. We are going to observe that if we don't do anything, this is going to worsen. And it is going to be even harder to stop that. It is an ideological fight, actually. So this policy should be resumed very strongly. So thank you very much. And I'd like to congratulate all of those who helped build CNPq in the last years. We do need to build the bridges. Thank you. One other thing is to say, what are we going to do as of now? Peregrino mentioned our fight against bureaucracy, the bottlenecks. Flavia, this is an example of scientific negationism. Laws that actually hinder and prohibit the execution of science in the country. We have a legal framework, but it is not to be obeyed. I mean, this is negationism. Also, the centrality of universities in the conduction of research. In fact, research is carried out by universities, researchers. By researchers, I mean tutors as well, not only students, because we have a whole context involving students, tutors, professors, everyone. This is all inside universities. And Professor Nivio has done that all his life and showed that when he spoke to us. This is only possible if we have not only artificial intelligence, but natural intelligence of making things multidisciplinary things. We don't know how to do that yet. Connecting major areas that are different, so we need to pay attention to that. Rafael also mentioned a point that is very important. We have had, and we had in the past, research or promotion of research about the Amazon, but now we need to foment research in the Amazon. I mean, we need to start doing things there. Incentivize, encourage, engage, being there in the Amazon. I worked there, and I know it is important for us to place people there. And finally, along the same lines, we need to reinforce the lesson of CNPq, the idea that CNPq is complementary to CAPES and not the same. We need two different things, right? This is the right thing, of the right way of doing things. They have different work, and we need to change attitude, even about post-graduation being something that will work with research oriented by mission. As Marcos mentioned, post-graduation in science is intertwined in this country, but we need to change so that research will foment human resources, but also problem solution with theory, because it's not trial and error kind of thing. Flavia also mentioned the idea that if we continue on this same path, we are going towards failure.
Em direção ao fracasso. Mas não é só dar dinheiro que resolve o problema, né?
But it's not just money. we need to think about everything that was mentioned here. Davidovich mentioned the way that we evaluate instead of little numbers. We need to evaluate based on relevance of work, of the project. This is very important to avoid the path towards failure. And finally, to be on time, I'd like to say that my congratulations to CNPq go to the technical staff of CNPq, very serious people, very committed and engaged people. And because of this theme, CNPq reached its 70 years. And it is alive to today. Finally, I also would like to thank my colleagues here on this roundtable who contributed to very important things. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your attendance, and please take your seats back in the audience so that we can begin the next roundtable.
Anos de CNPq, 1951, 2021.
So, thinking and transforming Brazil. The third panel, the focus is on projects and mobilizing actions of CNPq. So remotely, we have Professor Adalberto Val, coordinator of aquatic biotics, Marisa de Araújo, Tiago Cagliari,
pesquisa em ciências da terra e do meio ambiente do CNPq.
Remotely, we have Professor Ruben Oliven, professor of the post-graduation program in social anthropology of the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, and Professor Jailson Bittencourt de Andrade, coordinator of INCT, Energy and Environment. I'd like to give the floor now to Professor Adalberto Val, who will moderate the panel. Please, the floor is yours. We are still waiting for Professor Jailson, okay, Professor Adalberto, so we can give the floor to the other participants. Meanwhile, and as soon as Professor Jailson arrives, we'll let you know. Thank you. Very well. Good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here with you at such a special date. I'd like to say that it is special not only for the country and for science and technology, but also very important for myself. I am from the interior of São Paulo. I came to the Amazon around 1980, and I remained. For 42 years, I've been working in the area in scientific research at IMPA, an institute linked to CNPq. It's the Institute of Amazon Research, together with other institutes. For a long time, they were subordinated to CNPq. I'd say that it took a lot of effort for us to conduct science in the Amazon. And CNPq has been a partner always present. I remember very well when we created the North program to enable training of personnel for the Amazon. It was a moment when we had not only difficulties in terms of having qualified staff in the Amazon for the post-graduation programs and also for addressing funding problems. So CNPq, in spite of being always a very present partner and having helped in the process, I must admit that fixing qualified personnel in the Amazon is still part of the current agenda, that it's something that we still need to address very carefully. And I've always insisted that my dear Rubin and Marisa and Thiago and colleagues, CNPq colleagues, so together with CNPq, historical investments would not lead the Amazon to becoming part of the national agenda as regards science and technology. Even today, 2022, we still face the same old and classic problems in terms of equipping the Amazon so that it can be part of the national agenda. Investment is completely skewed. And we are facing a moment, a specific moment, when the climate associated with the need for food production poses new challenges, especially in face of political scenarios that we experience all around the world. These political scenarios put additional pressure on the environment, not only in the center south of the country, but also in the Amazon. So, from the creation of CNPq in 1951, with what Álvaro Alberto called law for, with the freeing of science and technology in Brazil, we have not yet achieved a homogeneous situation in the country. So I would say that CNPq has a historical role in this process, alongside other Brazilian institutions, of course. But we cannot, in face of current scenarios, we cannot ignore that there is a long path ahead for the Amazon and other regions to really be part of a national agenda as regards science and technology. Having said this, I would like to express how pleased I am to share this panel with 4 people that I admire greatly. I will introduce each one before their presentations, respective presentations. And our first colleague who will speak to us is Professor Jailson de Andrade, our dear colleague and partner in the struggle for science and technology in Brazil. He is a productivity grant holder by CNPq, and I am even a bit embarrassed introducing Professor Jailson at a national event, because Jailson is very well known all over Brazil. He is a member of the Brazilian Academy of Science, and from now on, well, as of next week, he will also help manage the Brazilian Academy of Science. He coordinates INCT in the area of energy and the environment, and he took his bachelor's degree in chemistry in the Federal University of Bahia, and he is active in CIMATEC. He took his master's and doctorate at the Catholic University of Rio de Janeiro, and a postdoctorate at the National Laboratory of Brookhaven in New York, US. Currently, he works on research involving inorganic chemistry and also fuel energy. Jailson received the National Order of Merit, Scientific Merit, at 2 moments. In 98, with the highest degree, and more recently, in the past few days, he was awarded the very important award, Admiral Álvaro Alberto of CNPq, one of the creators of this important agency, research funding agency. Jailson, please feel free to deliver your presentation. You have 14 minutes. You're very welcome. And it's a huge pleasure to introduce you, if I may say so, at this session. You are muted, Professor Jailson. I would like to ask CNPq to put up my presentation. And so I would like to begin by thanking CNPq and my colleagues and directors of CNPq for the invitation. And it is an honor to participate in this session with my friend Adalberto Val and also Rubem Oliven, my dear colleague, and also Marisa, my colleague Marisa, and my colleague Tiago. So it's a pleasure. And for me to speak in 14 hours is easy, but 14 minutes is quite difficult. So I will try to keep to my allotted time if you can help me with my presentation.
Isso está chegando.
Professor Jailson, aqui é Mariana, a gente já vai subir a
This is Mariana. We will put up your presentation. We have just received it, and I am arranging to have it shared. Thank you, Mariana.
Minuto, por favor, Jailson, peço desculpas.
I'm sorry, Jailson. I apologize. Just a second, please. Well, I think perhaps I should start then. It's a pleasure to participate. It's a pleasure to participate in a session focused on the Institutes of Science, Technology, and Innovation. I participated in the first edition, and I had many interactions with the in relation to these institutes, and like Val and colleagues of the national institutes, we maintain strong interaction with exchanging a lot of correspondence, and many times I help with communication with the Directorate of CNPq at all times, very sensitive to the program. And so at this time, translation apologizes, we are getting a lot of background noise, I believe from Professor Adalberto. So it is an honor, together with other programs and PROANTAR programs. So may I present now? So this is the first slide about the program, and so the page of CNPq. Can you please help me pass the slides? I cannot pass the slides here on my screen. So the next slide, please. So the presentation is on the screen. I'm unable to pass the slides. Someone has to pass the slides, Mariana. So you can tell us and we'll pass the slides here. Thank you, Mariana. So this is the CNPq page. I'll start by saying that CNPq highlights the INCTs on its page as one of the major programs of science and technology. This is a print of the CNPq page. And next one. So the next slide, copied from the CNPq page, highlights that the program of National Institutes of Science and Technology and Innovation are characterized by major projects of research and also scientific cooperation involving researchers and grant holders in different areas. CNPq also highlights that INCT should work on themes and from different areas of knowledge, human sciences, biological sciences, exact and agrarian sciences. And so this is very broad and very relevant areas. And CNPq also highlights that each INCT should be coordinated by a headquarter institution with excellence in scientific production.
So they work in the frontier of science or technology. Following this line of CNPq and INCTs, some positive aspects are characteristics that differentiate the program of INCT in the context of public management in Brazil: volume of resources, scope of knowledge areas, and number of researchers involved. Along these lines, the program of INCT have been compared to two other programs, PRONEX and Millennium. As you can see, INCTs involve 126 projects in the first phase, 863 million in resources. So we can see here PRONEX and Millennium as well. They are much more modest than INCTs. So they are quite advanced as compared to the programs that came before them. Here in the left column, these are the scopes of knowledge areas of INCTs. All these: biotechnology, nanotechnology, health, biofuels, agribusiness, petrol and gas, Amazon, semi-arid, all areas of knowledge, biomes, hard sciences, social sciences, and PRONEX and Millennium on the right are very restrictive, with only 5 or 6 areas of knowledge. So the scope of INCTs is much larger. This is quite emblematic. In 6,342 researchers and a total of researchers in research groups of 205,000, showing the strength of them. And an important asset is that it shows regional distribution. We have 46% in the south, and you can see here 1.4% in the south. 21, I beg your pardon, %. I say that because this figure shows a distribution of INCTs before follows the allowances for productivity in research. The only exception is the northern region, with 2.2 researchers and a reduction in the second phase. So the first thing I'd like to say is, for better regional distribution, beforehand we need to have good distribution of allowances for productivity in science. In the next slide, I'll show you the results of the 126 INCTs. I am not going to speak about the present phase because it's underway. So I'll speak about the previous phase. Integration and interaction at the national level involved almost 2,000 institutions, 6,700 researchers, and 436 partnerships. So we have also foreign researchers, and we can see all the numbers regarding associate labs as well. 11,000 researchers, 79 post-graduation programs created. So it's 566 disciplines created. So they created programs, post-graduation programs, and human resources. And it involves many, but 578 patent requests and 12 patents already being commercialized. And this allowed us a second phase based on these institutions.
Na primeira fase, nós tivemos 126 projetos, na segunda, 104. Ou seja, infelizmente, é algo que só quando se avaliar essa segunda fase com mais cuidado, nós vamos entender por que diminuiu o número de institutos nacionais, quando nós esperaríamos que tivesse aumentado. Essas figuras talvez não sejam muito acolhidas.
Maybe these graphs are not showing that well, but health, the major area, maintained in both areas. Human and social sciences, 8 and 10%. So it is balanced. And the other areas, apart from the two I mentioned before, are hard to compare because they are more grouped. But I would say that this would be an indication of two important areas. And we expect they will increase their participation. And more the area of human and social sciences. This general view of the phase 3 was a brief collection of some messages I received from coordinators of INCTs to call your attention of the colleagues that are listening to us and also to bring us some ideas. To start with, the expansion of the program, convergence and consilience.
CNPq, CAPES e FAPES, que são o sistema nosso, CNPq e CAPES federal.
So we have CNPq, CAPES and FAPES, and to improve their working in their joint work.
Em relação aos estados, que é a questão das FAPES. Institucionalizar os CNPq.
To institutionalize the INCTs in new areas of knowledge. We would need to add new areas and the institutionalization of INCTs to continue with professionals and teams, to give continuity to professionals and teams, not extinguishing programs. A successful program needs stability. Also, retention of recently graduated researchers. It is very sad to see the brain drain of Brazil. INCTs can help mitigate that. Increase interaction and synergy among INCTs, especially in multidisciplinary areas. We have a lot of interaction, but we need to improve further to advance in basic research and in technological innovation. They only exist with basic research. So education is the root. Then the backbone is actually basic science. So we need good quality basic education and basic science. Sustainability, decarbonization is relevant to think about properties, liberties, racism, sexism. For example, to produce big data in synergy with artificial intelligence, for us to have a totally interactive map of biomes and working with human sciences to subsidize public policy. We need to understand what we are doing with our communities and basic science. Translation informs there is a lot of noise in the background noise in the microphone of the speaker. These are topics that are highlights.
Well, my final comments then are that the INCT program, it is a very successful program, a program that has regional coverage and thematic coverage. It addresses topics at the frontier of science, technology, and innovation. The continuity of this, this is the last slide. Please go back one slide. Thank you. So continuity is vital for the future of the country, because otherwise we'll have to, well, we have to redo everything. And evaluation is very important also. Articulation at 3 levels, at CNPq, CAPES, FINEP, and FAPES. This coordination is very important. Coordination of CNPq with companies and organizations abroad is also necessary. This exists, but it needs to be strengthened. Also, coordination with the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation and other ministries. It's important to bring other ministries, such as Mines of Energy, Health, Education, bringing other ministries into this. Welcoming and support of higher education institutes are vital. Colleagues have reported that they have difficulties in their institutions, and this requires a coordinating role. And as I said before, the welcoming of young researchers is very important. We cannot waste brains. Brains are the biggest input that this country has. We mustn't waste brains. And lastly, but no less important, I'd like to point out that we are going through the General Assembly of the UN in 2015 launched a resolution that transforming the world by, it's the Sustainable Development Agenda. And so with 17 SDGs, these SDGs interact with one another, and this involves the planet and people. It's a 5P agenda, right? It's a planet and people, and it involves prosperity as well as peace. And based on the principle that there is no peace without prosperity and no prosperity without peace. And it's important to highlight that peace leads to prosperity and prosperity supports peace. And partnerships at all levels between people, states, and institutions. The 17 goals are all connected, but I like to point out 2, which are at the base. of all the others. First, quality education. We are all teachers and professors, and quality education is very important. Without it, you don't have the raw materials for building anything. And also inequality reduction. Of course, inequality reduction is a cross-cutting goal. Reducing inequalities entails sustainability and eradication of hunger and several other aspects. If we are unable to work on achieve 17, working on education and reducing inequalities, we will have taken great strides towards all the others. And so thank you to CNPq for the honorable invitation to participate in this session with such illustrious colleagues, and also the INCT colleagues. I was very pleased to hear from all of them declaring their trust and that they believe that they would be well represented here. So thank you very much for all this. And I am ready for questions, if there are any. Thank you, Jailson. I didn't expect anything other than a perfect explanation of the importance of the INCTs. I'd like to point out from your presentation two extremely aspects that should guide a discussion on research funding agencies in Brazil. We need to invest on reducing regional inequalities. This is one of the goals, one of the SDGs, and one of the most important goals for our country. I like to remember that about 10% of the Brazilian population lives in a region that receives less than 2.5% of science and technology investments in the countries, which is the Amazon region. Deeply, because the last 40 years I've been fighting for this, which is fixing qualified personnel in the country, especially in the more peripheral regions, such as the Amazon, the Northeast, and the Center-West. Education in a country the size of Brazil is very important, and we need to observe not only regional and geographic characteristics, but also cultural characteristics that we have in the country. Alongside the manifestations of the INCTs, one that is very important is encouraging coordination between INCTs as a new way to produce information at the interfaces of knowledge. So what the INCTs have been doing in a very mature way, as you presented, Jailson, but there is a long path ahead. So a national program that is very important, clearly showing what the paths are ahead of us. And so thank you for your presentation, Jailson, which was very important and very clear. I'd like to give the floor now to Professor Rubem Olivem, colleague and friend. Rubem is also a CNPq productivity grant holder, professor of post-graduation program in social anthropology of the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, and one of the directors of the Brazilian Academy of Science. He taught in many universities, a very long list of universities. Rubem, I'm sorry, I'm not going to read out the list that I have here. He was president of the Brazilian Association of Anthropology, National Association of Postgraduation and Research in Social Sciences. He's already been part of the deliberative council of CNPq. And perhaps I should highlight the book, The Part and the Whole, Cultural Diversity in Brazil, which was awarded as Best Scientific Work granted by EPOX. It's translated to Spanish and English. It received the Érico Vannucci Award for its contribution to the study of Brazilian culture, and also the EPOX Award for academic excellence in anthropology. And he's been awarded the Scientific Merit Medal, and he's been contributing greatly to Brazilian science. We've all been learning a lot with him about the importance of social sciences for the development of our country. Rubem, you have 14 minutes.
Tá sem microfone. Ainda não, Rubem.
Pronto. Eu gostaria, de primeiro lugar,
I would like to, first of all, thank Professor Eduardo Vilela for the invitation and say that it's a huge pleasure and joy to join my friends Adalberto Val and Jailson de Andrade, with whom I share a lot of admiration. And I'm also very pleased to be in the company of the other members of this panel. A 70th anniversary is a very special date. Anyone who reaches the age of 70 has a long path, right? And that's where I would like to start. CNPq was created in 1951. So what was Brazil in 1951? Brazil was considered a rural country with an agrarian vocation, suffering from a underdevelopment complex. The population was 50 million at the time, of which 37.4% were urban. Now we have around 213 million and 85% of the population living in urban areas. At the time, the life expectancy was a little over 50. Now it is almost 77. The fecundity rate, the number of children per woman between the ages of 15 and 45 was much greater than today. And illiteracy at the time was 60%. Now it is a little under 7%. And the number of university students was less than 50,000, which is roughly the number of students that I have at my federal university. And currently we have more than 8 million students, university students. So the world has changed greatly, so has Brazil. And CNPq has accompanied these changes with an important role in causing change, because there was a brilliant idea by its founder, who realized, well, Admiral Engineer Álvaro Alberto da Mota e Silva realized that it would be important to have an agency funding research. So until the beginning of the 80s, CNPq virtually did not fund human sciences. It funded exact and biological sciences. In the 80s, this began to change, and it began to fund human and social sciences. I belonged to the directorate of the National Association of Postgraduation and Research in Social Sciences, and the president of CNPq, Linaldo Cavalcante de Albuquerque, at the time, invited us to a meeting in Brasilia and said, I want to begin funding human and social sciences. And obviously, human and social sciences were very pleased and started to do research. And without CNPq, we wouldn't have social sciences as we have today. So just to give you an idea, in 2016, 21% of CNPq researchers were in human sciences, and the data brought by Jailson on the INCTs shows the role that human and social sciences have had in this. Very important. All this is important. And I've been authorized by the president of CNPq to tell you that CNPq is launching a call in the area of human sciences. More than a call, it's a program. It's about a program that will have continuity, not simply a government policy, but a state policy. And to this end, the National Fund for Scientific and Technological Development approved the release of 40 million reais for the next 24 months for a call in human sciences through two requests, one by CNPq and the other by the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. So it's a volume of resources never before made available, and I'm sure it will have a major impact. This program is still being formatted. I talked to Professor Evaldo about it, and also with CNPq directors on this, Professor Carlos Alberto and his advisors. And the idea is to have two lines of funding, one for projects that we might call traditional ones,
and individual projects. The tendency of human sciences are individual projects more than in other areas. We do not intend to stop that. We're going to support that so that anyone, any researcher in Brazil, even if they are isolated, they can make part in the proposal. But the idea is for us to have a second line of projects all focusing on innovation and open to anything, more focused on very modern, state-of-the-art topics, especially with a cutout of implementation of public policy. And there is possibility of an increase of 10 million. Brazil has several problems, very well-known ones, and human and social sciences can collaborate. These projects have to do with development, poverty, inequality, income concentration, violence in cities and in the rural areas, land titling, cultural diversity, the situation of Afro-descendant populations and indigenous populations, and our heritage and our cultural memory. They either will have immediate applications through public policy, or they will contribute with elements that can be incorporated with several other researchers in the country. We can see that through policies that aim to reduce inequalities, increase quality of life of populations, generate jobs, and study the consequences of the pandemics. A lot of studies in the biological areas came about because of the pandemics, but also social. In the social area, several studies were brought about by the pandemics. The consequences of the pandemics, for example. Remote work is one topic. It is incipient and widespread during the COVID-19 pandemics. And there's a lot of discussion about the hybrid type of work, how it impacts people, what it means, and etc. how it works, how families work, when parents work at home, etc. So in order to emphasize what is being proposed, we have one major line, which is inequality and poverty in Brazil. Why is Brazil such an unequal country? What can we do to reduce poverty? What can be done to create greater opportunities of jobs or even of work? The other point has to do with sustainability. And this topic is very dear to us. So development in a way that is self-sustainable, that preserves and respects nature and ecological diversity. We need to know how to maintain the wealth of this country. Otherwise, we're going to leave to our children a country that is totally depleted. So this is certainly important. One other area is health in childhood, healthcare and gender. In 1951, over 50% of the Brazilian population was under 18 years of age. And this changed radically. And today we have high life expectancy, but we have an aging population that needs care. So care is very important. What's going to be done for the health of these people? Who will help them in old age if they don't have enough resources? And this involves childhood as well. We need to look after our children. We need to qualify better our teenagers so that they can take the country forward. And this needs to take into account gender and equality, gender equality, and the openness to different sexual orientations that need to be or need to have the same opportunities. We also need to address justice, conflict, and violence. Most of our populations live in cities. People need to have rights. What types of rights do they have? What's the access to the judiciary branch, to justice? How do we solve conflicts? What can we do to reduce violence and crime? And also we need to be equal and respectful to all. One other key point is habitation deficit. During the pandemic, we had an increase in people living in the streets, homeless people, and we have to address that, providing urbanization of communities, new houses, new accommodations, and investing in this. And the other point is education. It is not only quality education, but one that involves digital inclusion, making people be included digitally. They have that all have access to the internet, can work, and to actually have access to it. Another 2 points are the following. One, ethnical diversity and racial diversity. We have major racial and ethnical diversity. We have a large indigenous population. We do have a moral responsibility towards this population that was decimated. And there's a group of scientists and anthropologists that have been working on that, pointing to solutions. And this needs to be appreciated. Brazil doesn't like to talk about this last question, this last issue, which is the racial issue. We have a myth of a racial democracy, and we know it's not actually like that. The non-white population in Brazil has worst indexes of child mortality, low schooling, less opportunity of jobs, and there are several racist manifestations in Brazil, and social sciences have contributed to raise awareness of the population and reduce this prejudice. All populations need to have the same rights. One other point is cultural and regional diversity. We are a large country with major cultural and regional diversity. This is wealth, and we need to preserve that. We cannot have one single model. CNPq has dedicated major efforts for all areas to be addressed, and that this diversity can bring us further wealth. So I salute CNPq. And also all of us, because CNPq, in fact, comprise their workers, but they're researchers and all of those who treat it with such care. So long live CNPq. I want to be invited when CNPq has its 100th anniversary. You will be, Rubens. I confess that your words were very profound. In the last 42 years, coming from São Paulo to the Amazon, when we talk about inequality, diversity, this brings about a film in my mind, showing that we have evolved, but we still have a long way to go. And I have no doubt that science and technology, obviously coordinated by agencies such as CNPq, they all have such an important role. Science needs investment, infrastructure, qualified people, and this structure has been provided in Brazil by an agency extremely competent, CNPq, along 70 years. We do recognize that. Professor Evaldo Vilela is here, the president of CNPq. We have had a long-lasting partnership with him, with the institution, and all institutes, IMPA, used to be part of CNPq in the beginning. And Ruben, I remember that the mission for the creation of IMPA and the scope of CNPq had one word that is present until today in the mission, which is national security. Science and technology, In the constitution of INPA, CNPq at that time mentioned national security, not warfare, but with knowledge, knowing our country, knowing our people, so that we can make decisions that are more adequate in the processes of building our nation. I think that you bring information that is essential for the integration of the country. There's no point thinking about the integration of the country without involving social sciences to recognize essentially the diversity that we have in this country in all levels. It is an unprecedented wealth. There's no way of placing a value to this wealth because it's not possible to measure. Regarding reduction of inequalities in a country that is so diverse, needs information from social sciences, and they need to advance in all areas, geographical areas, and know the actual deep country that is not yet part of statistics of development in the country. Thank you very much, Ruben, for your great contribution to our event. Now I'd like to give the floor to Thiago Cagliari. He is a general coordination for scientific and biological sciences. He graduated at the Unicamp. He has a doctor's degree in molecular biology. He works at CNPq, analyst in science and technology since 2012.
Tiago, you studied at a university where I, as a boy, used to chase balloons before the existence of the State University of Campinas, before the Dom Pedro Highway, way before the shopping centers, the malls that are located there now, when there was a railway called Mogiana in that region. This has grown so much a long time, as reported by Jailson and Ruben, because of the science that developed not only around Unicamp, but also the science brought from other places to this region. Tiago, the floor is yours for your presentation. You have 14 minutes. Thank you, Professor Adalberto. Can we put up my presentation, please? Mariana?
Obrigado. Primeiro, eu gostaria de agradecer ao professor Evaldo, ao professor Otto, pela oportunidade. Eu não vou retorno aqui. Eu agradeço a oportunidade, ao mesmo tempo que é uma honra, uma grande responsabilidade apresentar o ProAndar e o PERD, que são programas históricos e muito importantes no contexto da sociedade brasileira. Próximo, por favor.
Translation apologizes. We are not receiving audio with the necessary minimum quality.
Bastante eco a sua fala, hein?
Tiago, unfortunately, the sound is not good.
Mas não estava com transmissões, pelo menos. Me ouvem?
Melhor.
Parece que melhorou,
melhor.
né?
Melhorou.
Melhorou. Então, rapidamente, eu agradeço ao professor Valdo, professor Olga. Voltou de novo. Testando. Melhorou? Melhorou. Tá ok. Então, vamos lá. Próximo, por favor. Opa, tá com algum probleminha ali no meio, mas tudo bem. Bem, eu vou tentar seguir. Isso que está em PDF, para ver se... Ah, ótimo, obrigado. Então, vamos lá. Então, a nossa coordenação...
Our coordination, we are going to... Well, in addition to these two programs, there are three other programs, Symbiose, Archipelagos and Oceanic Islands, and Protax. These are very reasonable programs.
Então, começando pelo PROANTAR, próximo. Bom, vou fazer breve histórico do programa, né? E ele começa lá em 1959 com o Tratado Antártico, que ele é documento que...
It's a document that suspended the territorialist ambitions. In 1975, Brazil adhered to this treaty, allowing us to participate in decisions if any country does not agree with decisions. It can have a voice. In 1982, translation apologizes. The audio is very, very low quality. We will try to interpret the gist of what the speaker is saying. Unfortunately, we will not be able to interpret everything. The program, this is an animation that, and it's a tripod. So the logistics, the scientific part, the logistics and the environmental part under the Ministry of the Environment. The objective of the program is to guarantee Brazilian presence in the Antarctic for the development of research while preserving the environment. This is important. The reason for Brazil being there is scientific research. It is research that ensures Brazil's permanence in the treaty and also the presence of our researchers and our station there. So regarding the structure of the program, which is linked directly to the office of the Presidency of the Republic, underneath we have the tripod there, and CNPq is in the scientific side of the program. The program is based on 5 major themes reflected in the Antarctic planning. In 2022, we are going to begin the next plan. So geophysics, ecosystems, etc. Translation apologizes. Very low quality sound interfering with interpretation. So commissioning projects, the development of the projects is, we keep track of this with partners and logistical feasibility, a component that involves several activities.
Alguns números, né? Até hoje, né? A gente...
Some figures. 150 projects since 91.
Aproximadamente 76 milhões de reais investidos só em pesquisa, né? Que representa em torno de 10 a 15% do custo total do programa, que é um programa extremamente caro, né? A parte logística dele, né? Fica com a Marinha, é muito caro. Próximo. Tá, e por que a gente vai fazer pesquisa na Antártica? Por investir recurso do Brasil lá? Porque o conhecimento que é gerado através dessas pesquisas, eles
The knowledge that is generated through research has a direct impact on Brazil and regarding the increase in sea level, impact of rainfall on agriculture, and using data. There's also biotechnological use of biodiversity.
Com antibióticos, enfim, com potencial de câncer, na parte de agricultura, né? Inclusive até
so agriculture.
Proporcionar melhoramento genético, né? De plantas, e na parte de indústria, por exemplo, cosméticos e preservação de alimentos. Então, assim, o potencial para desenvolvimento do país mesmo é muito grande, por isso que vale a pena investir na pesquisa antártica. Próximo. O programa já atingiu uma maturidade.
So the program is already acknowledged by the international community, international visibility. So some challenges to strengthen and consolidate the groups, promote training of human resources, increment infrastructure from universities and laboratories, expand scientific dissemination of PROANTAR, and maintain funding. Maintain the projects in operation. We see Station Margarete Alves, and she participated and presented data. And this is the new station of Brazil in Antarctic, with the necessary structure for Brazil to develop research. It is a major advance for the program. So PELD is the program for a long-term ecological research. It is an initiative by the Brazilian government, coordinated by CNPq since 1997, a network of research sites in ecology, conservation, and sustainable use of biodiversity. The focus of these studies are, well, some of the topics are ecosystems, biodiversity, natural processes, effects of anthropic impacts and environmental changes on ecosystems. So long duration research is essential for investigation of the relationships between biodiversity and the functioning of ecosystems, public health, and human well-being. A brief history of the program. So the creation of the program in 1997. In 98, the program translation apologizes. We cannot continue with the interpretation. The audio is not allowing for interpretation.
Em 2016, eu também gostaria de destacar, né, a parceria com o CNPq, que é você trazer a comunidade próxima dos gestores ambientais, trazer a comunidade próxima aos gestores ambientais, né? E em 2021, o PED foi responsável pela realização de um webinar da rede internacional, né, focado na América Latina. Próximo. Essa evolução dos sítios PED, né? Então, lá em 99, nós começamos com 12 sítios. Me veio muito à mente essa discussão que teve, né, está tendo agora nessa mesa em relação à distribuição de recursos, distribuição de pesquisadores e tudo mais. E, assim, né, dá para ver que teve uma evolução muito grande. A gente começou com 12, atualmente nós temos 45 sítios, razoavelmente distribuídos por todo o território brasileiro, como vocês podem ver aí. Próximo. Bem, o PED, então, a gestão dele é feita lá pela coordenação do Programa de Pesquisa e Gestão de Ecossistema, o ECOGEC, e na estrutura dele a gente tem um comitê gestor, que é responsável por, digamos, uma gestão estratégica do programa, e um comitê científico, que ele tem digamos assim, ele faz avaliação de projetos e presta uma assessoria para o programa. E o PED, ele tem um modelo de gestão muito interessante, e eu vejo assim como muito único, que o peso do acompanhamento e avaliação nele é fundamental, ele é muito grande. Por quê? Porque o resultado das avaliações que é feito ao longo dos anos, né, de cada sítio, ele retroalimenta, ele volta lá para a fase de contratação. Então, por exemplo, um sítio que eventualmente não vai tão bem, um grupo que não vai tão bem, ele acaba cedendo espaço para outro, enquanto que os outros que não estão fazendo um bom trabalho, eles continuam. E esse processo ele é contínuo, né? É uma coisa, um ciclo virtuoso, digamos assim, para a manutenção só de projetos e de sítios de excelência. Próximo. Então, além das parcerias que eu comentei, né, do que eu falei do ITEL, também com os parceiros da parte ambiental, de gestão ambiental e conservação, gostaria de destacar os parceiros que permitem, né, a continuidade do programa em termos de financiamento, né? Então nós temos o CT&I, o CONFAP, as FAPs, né, e a CAPES também, são fundamentais para a continuidade do programa. Próximo. Alguns números do PED, coincidentemente, né, no caso do PED são 150 projetos no mesmo exato, tem mais de 4.300 pesquisadores envolvidos, né, que passaram ao longo dos anos, e um pouco mais de 70 milhões de reais investidos. Próximo. Então, em termos de gestão, os resultados principais, eu gostaria de ter algumas questões aí, mas eu gostaria de focar mais nessa questão de articulação com os órgãos de gestão e a presença de gestores nas equipes, porque isso foi uma grande evolução, que a gente fala muito dessa dificuldade de aproximar a ciência da sociedade, né? E dentro do PED isso ocorre de uma forma orgânica, assim, os gestores, inclusive alguns, fazem parte das equipes, né? E você tem os grupos de pesquisa como referência nos locais, né? Nas regiões onde eles estão. Então, quando acontece um problema relacionado ao meio ambiente, o secretário de meio ambiente, ele sabe a quem recorrer, por onde começar. Próximo. As contribuições dos sítios, né? Algumas coisas um pouco mais recentes. Então, a questão lá do enfrentamento ao derramamento de óleo, né? Contou com a participação do PED, a substituição de espécies vegetais do cerrado, o monitoramento do branqueamento de corais, o impacto sobre a bacia amazônica e o impacto sobre as queimadas, impacto das queimadas lá no Pantanal. Próximo. Em termos de perspectivas, né? Então, a gente planeja e almeja, né, aumentar a interação entre os sítios do PED e o TE, estimular a inter e a transdisciplinaridade, e ampliar a visibilidade do programa. Nesse ponto, eu gostaria de comentar rapidamente, né? Na última chamada, nós aprovamos um projeto, né, o PODCOM, com a única finalidade de apoiar o desenvolvimento da comunicação pública de ciência integrada aos sítios de pesquisa. E esse trabalho está sendo feito brilhantemente, e nós já estamos colhendo muitos frutos dele, e essa é uma ideia que a gente pensa, né, professor Evaldo, em implementar em outros programas, porque está sendo muito benéfico para o POD, né? Sim, é buscar maior impacto na elaboração de políticas públicas, isso também já está acontecendo, mas a gente quer melhorar e vai ao encontro um pouco do que a Marisa vai colocar daqui a pouco, e ampliar o escopo temático dos sítios. Próximo. Bem, essa é a nossa equipe, né? Sem eles a gente não teria conseguido fazer tudo que a gente fez até hoje, né? E eu só gostaria de finalizar comentando, né, que a manutenção de programas de longa duração é um desafio muito grande e demanda planejamento, busca de parcerias e também foco em inovação, né? A gente está sempre buscando inovar, acompanhar as mudanças e o que está acontecendo no mundo. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Tiago. Muito obrigado. Eu acho que você traz com muita...
Thank you, Tiago. I think that you spoke very well about the way we have faced our challenges of a country as large as Brazil. For each place that we go, we have, in fact, a different challenge. And along these 70 years of CNPq, very bravely, we structured programs to deal with this diversity. I believe not only related to the actual territory of the country that are huge, but also the demands and obligations of a country such as ours regarding the international level as well, as is the case of Antarctica. They are also facing their challenges very bravely. Despite the challenges, we are producing very relevant information there. In this context as well, for this, regarding all these projects, I have to mention the TELD, extremely important regarding diversity, environmental and biological diversity in the country. Very well. Marisa, it is a pleasure seeing you again. It's been such a long time, hasn't it, that we have seen each other. Marisa is an analyst in science and technology since 2004. She is a manager at Symbiose, Center for Science and Diversity. Also, manager of PELD, the program that is the long-term project. And she was the coordinator of this program between 2008 and 2017. She has a master's and a doctor's degrees in ecology by the University of Brasilia. Marisa, it is great to see you here. You have 14 minutes. Thank you, Professor Adalberto. It is a pleasure seeing you again. Thank you for the invitation by Professor Evaldo. I'd like to thank you all. The importance of representing the staff of the house. People say that CNPq is the house of Brazilian scientists, but also the house of the staff, of people who work there. I have worked here for a long time, and I think about the age of my daughter. It's been 18 years working here at CNPq. And being in the same coordination of environment, this allowed me a lot of growth as a professional. And this transition is extremely important to be ahead of this new initiative in synthesis and biodiversity and ecosystem services. After 2 years not coming here, it's just great coming back. Well, I know I speak fast, so I will present to you the Center of Synthesis in Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. I have spoken about the Synthesis Center, and it is important to talk about what is the science of synthesis, not only in the country, but in the Southern Hemisphere. It is the first center of synthesis and ecosystem services. Is our center, Symbiose. So the science of synthesis is quite differentiated regarding the way it is researched. It foments working groups. We talk about interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. These groups are very diverse. Representation at the regional level, gender level, and involvement of non-academic players. And this diversity promotes greater quality in our research. It is important that science lets society comes close to it. And this induces greater
de novas ideias, de insights, e então dessa evolução da pesquisa.
Involvement of several groups. Despite the difficulties, we have observed the involvement of the first results. These groups get together aiming to have integration at the theoretical and conceptual levels with the integration of several databases. They are large and heterogeneous. These are data that are already collected. And the idea is that it's supported by information that is already available. They are complex issues. It promotes advancement in scientific knowledge, leading to greater innovation potential. And they are part of other synthesis centers in Europe and US that gathers in a consortium to exchange experience.
De se apoiar no que já foi feito anteriormente, né? Próximo, por favor. Acho que pulou 2. Para frente, mais um. Próximo, isso. Parou. Então, é importante dizer que de que pontos a gente parte para propor uma iniciativa tão arrojada como essa do Simbiose no CNPq, né? parte desse investimento contínuo nas áreas de ecologia e biodiversidade. E é justamente a importância...
And this is precisely the importance of these programs that are structuring of research in the area with PELD, PPBio, CISBiota, Reflora, Biota FAPESP, INCTs, PROANTAR. The maintenance of these programs that are long-term programs brings about this volume of knowledge and also participation of communities and researchers and research networks. The other point is the availability of data in repositories of public access, national repositories. There are many others, international ones, that have this major volume of data that are the basis for this research in the area of synthesis. So we were discussing synthesis in Brazil for quite a while, but it started to actually take shape in 2017, when we celebrated the 20 years of PELD. So there was this, this interaction between scientists and the civil servants in the house. And we have one center that takes a place and that works in the whole of the Southern Hemisphere, so that the space could be actually taken. The topic today is the mobilization of community, right? And this gives you an idea of what was important for us in this aspect, in the initiative of Symbiosis. We started in 2017, and in 2018 we had a phases for the planning of the Brazilian Synthesis Center. We produced 2 workshops together with FAPESP. And in these workshops, we had over 75 people of 47 different institutions, government agencies, research institutions, NGOs, and promotion agencies, and other synthesis centers. And that was essential for us to move forward. Differently to other programs that I know in CNPq, Symbiosis came about very strong, with strong governance, with committees, and we already had the basis to continue. In the year of 2019, we had the public call, the first public call, and then in between 2020 and 2022, we are seeing the first cycle of project development. It's a very particular work, because we would like to get to different results, right, for decision making, etc. From the very beginning, I'd like to reiterate the important role of the scientific committee involving the committee at the national level. So we have representation by all regions of the country. This is a national effort produced by CNPq. So, we have a consultative committee with demands and opportunities and interaction with society, etc. We have the second meeting tomorrow. We have an executive committee with financiers, partners, etc., and the scientific committee that was expanded to 2 other ones. And it needs to be further expanded in order to be more transdisciplinary. But we have collaborated very closely. In addition, we have also the management for projects. So I am the project manager at Symbiose, and we have an ordinance for that, but it also allows for cross-cutting work by CNPq. In addition to the environmental staff, we have communication staff and international cooperation staff. We need to incorporate the other areas as well. We know that. There's a lot of learning every day. This is essential. During the planning phases, a very important outcome of this participatory planning involving managers, environmental managers, financiers, was the decision that Symbiose should focus on qualified information for public policies and decision-making. It means that we need to work with engagement of non-academic players. We should focus on communication as a structuring axis of Symbiose. And also, we realize that Symbiose has characteristics of a border organization. It structures itself to promote productive dialogue, science and decision-making, for example. So it is very challenging, but we work to develop the legitimacy so that we become a reference organization. So we work in this interface between science and decision-making. It is very challenging. It brings about a lot of learning. It is a legacy for CNPq. As it plays an essential role in this interface. We're very happy to work towards the advancement of that. We are working, for example, on communication. We have a strategic plan for communication with a vision of 10 years, providing visibility and legitimacy so that we become an excellence, an institution or an initiative of excellence. We have the academic community, society, community as a whole. How are we going to achieve these goals? We publish a newsletter every quarter. We are in social media. We also have dissemination. The dissemination of the concept of synthesis. And we are working to support researchers together with the other players to develop outputs aimed at decision-making, providing the support that groups need to communicate effectively.
Do Symbiose, que foi lançado em 2019, nós selecionamos 7 projetos para financiamento.
We selected 7 projects for funding. It's funding that involves basically costing for the meetings, the costs of the meetings, which are supposed to be in person, but not all of them have taken place yet, and also postdoctorate grants. So the postdoc students are very important in the concept of symbiosis, because they guarantee the continuation of the work between the meetings, which are more brainstorming meetings. So I just wanted to present the names of the projects that are currently funded and the areas. We have the Gracim. Well, I'll have to jump ahead. The areas are here, and I want to point out that these are very relevant themes, and the teams involve 133 members and 93 institutions, 65 Brazilians and 28 from abroad. And so these are very relevant networks, posing an opportunity for consolidation of research networks with international collaboration, which is a very important aspect of synthesis science. So the activities that the center develops: support to projects. We hold seminars and evaluations every year with the researchers and scientific committees. We have periodic joint meetings. Last year, we promoted a workshop on scientific communication to identify intermediate and end users, how to reach them, and how we should communicate with them. In addition, there's another aspect of the work of the center involving communication and management, which is very important. So I just want to point out that our work is not only about reading reports at the end of the project. We work strongly to disseminate the results of projects and engaging stakeholders with products geared towards public policies. We are also discussing the data politics or data policy of the program, adopting principles of open science. I'd like to point out that in spite of the fact that we started recently, and given the difficulties posed by the pandemic, we've been asked to participate in international actions. And so we participated in a joint call in France with 2 new synthesis projects involving a collaboration between Brazil and France. And we participated in a workshop of STFC for integration of novel remote sensing technology into biodiversity policy and management, representing international acknowledgement of symbiosis as a relevant action. This niche that was empty and that we have now occupied is acknowledged internationally as very relevant. And the challenge is to structure effective work in the interface between science and decision-making, in which CNPq plays a central role in the system, in the national CT&I system, conducting the initiatives and efforts on the right path. One more slide. I've spoken about some innovation in the management of research, which is the symbiosis project management and also the communication plan. And we observe that how cross-disciplinarity needs to permeate all levels of the initiative, not only the scientific committee and project management. It is a spirit of openness, opening silos and getting fresh air to circulate between areas of knowledge. And I always defend the role of scientific communication as an integral part of research support. So we need to provide the means for communication. Sometimes institutions don't provide the means, and we should incorporate specific support, which doesn't demand a lot of resources, but it's very important to have more effective scientific communication. Challenges and perspectives for symbiose. So there's a need for more capacity in data science. We hope that the open data repository of CNPq, Lattice Data, will offer to projects, and also the development of a Brazilian model for organization of frontiers in the interface between science and decision making. So we need to understand the complex characteristics of this frontier in Brazil and the permeability of information at times of scientific skepticism. It is a challenge, and symbiose can contribute to the advancement of Brazilian capacity in this area. Huge challenges, but even greater motivation to tackle them, considering the national and international relevance of the initiative. Symbiose has the potential for leadership in the tropical region, and CNPq has a role as driver in this coordination. It's very different. A researcher that obtains relevant results and trying to convince a manager, a decision maker, and it's quite different when CNPq contacts a ministry or an agency in order to present this result. And so this is the basis for us to believe in the progress of the initiative. So next steps: promoting dialogue with stakeholders for co-production of final deliveries in decision-making, development of appropriate infrastructure to support projects, the area of data communication and management, in addition to the meetings, publication of our data policy, raising resources and establishing partnerships in a new call for the program in next year, and consolidation of the center with its own identity in the national CT&I system. And I'm sorry for going over my time. Thank you, Marisa. That was great, and you provided a very clear overview of the work done in the synthesis center. When we talk about biodiversity in general, we think of forms, shapes, colors of plants, animals, insects that are everywhere. But biodiversity is much more than the diversity of shapes and colors. It is a whole set of information that will take shape in the genetic information of each of these organisms that comprise the diversity that we have in Brazil, a very rich country. And so a country where we measure biodiversity more in terms of, we don't have the numbers of biodiversity.
And I said that in several meetings. We are in 2022, and we still describe new species of monkeys in our country, primates, with a long process of evolution. And this created this huge set of information and their genetic codes. I would like to invite Jailson, Tiago, Marisa to conclude. I would like to ask them to turn on their cameras. And I'd like to ask you to conclude with a very brief sentence. What are the recommendations and the next steps for the future of CNPq? What does CNPq need to incorporate this set of activities brought by Tiago and Marisa also considered challenges of all of you who brought to us. And Marisa, regarding you, what do we expect for the next decades regarding financing of science and technology? Jailson, we start with you. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Congratulations to Ruben, Marisa, Tiago, all of you. What we can see is that CNPq reaches its 70th anniversary very mature. This is quite amazing. In the last 20 years, 40 years, I have had a lot of contact with you, and it was great to see this curve of advancement and learning. The diversity of activities in CNPq is amazing. It brings us a lot of pride to participate in this 70th anniversary and to see the role CNPq has and how much other agencies need to learn and interact with CNPq, and also to have partnerships at the same time going towards the future in a safe way. So these are my words. It was a pleasure and an honor to participate with you, and it's been great to participate. Evaldo has always been very innovative, and all the areas are very innovative and advanced. And the team at CNPq is a long-term one that is able to advance quite a lot. So CNPq received a lot of resources, but still not enough. I hope CNPq can improve resources, improve and increase financing, etc., so that it can continue providing the support to science and research in Brazil. Congratulations. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Tiago and Marisa for their presentations. I'd like to thank CNPq, Evaldo, its president, that has carried out important work, very mature, and I believe CNPq is an institution that worked. Many institutions appear and disappear. CNPq has had stability, but it needs support. It is important to be supported as well. And the Brazilian Science Academy are working together in these grants, and there has been wonderful work coordinated by Jailson. Jailson wakes up at 4 o'clock in the morning. At 5 o'clock, I receive messages from him. I can't even have breakfast.
Mas eu acho assim que o Fundo Nacional de
Desenvolvimento. I believe that the National Fund for Scientific Development will have more grants. And CNPq needs support and also needs something quite complicated to recompose its technical cadres. I coordinated, and I worked at CNPq with Jailson as well, and the quality of staff is really amazing, but many have left and need to be replaced because they left. And for one reason or another. And there is quite good work between technicians and the scientific community, not only because it is for only one reason, but for several reasons. CNPq is part of people's lives, and I hope this process continues and CNPq can continue as an agency of state to have a future and towards the future. Thank you. Tiago. I reiterate what Professor Rubens said about recomposing the staff. NPQ needs to be strengthened in order to be excellent and to carry out its mission. It is so important. We have a partnership with the community, and this and the restructuring of our system. In Minas, I believe that we need to bring science closer to people, to society. When society understands what is science, they will give value to it. They will value science. And congressmen will understand, I hope. Thank you, Marisa. I reiterate Tiago's words about the urgency of recomposing the cadres, because we need people, and it is major responsibility because we understand the importance and the increase of these programs. In addition, of course, resources are very welcome, but there's another aspect, which is having predictability, I beg your pardon, regarding budgets, and the timeliness of programs are separate from FNDCT, for example. And we have very important programs that will be irrigated by other resources, other funds, because we need to have more predictability for these programs that are so important. And how to advance fomenting this transdisciplinarity. We need to have these different places. It is important for us to have other areas of knowledge, and this is so important throughout the world to advance in mechanisms that can support transdisciplinary research.
Thank you, Marisa. I will not be able to convert into words the joy of having spent this time with you, this hour and a half with you in these throughout these presentations. So I would like to thank Jailson, Rubem, Tiago, Marisa for the brilliant presentations and synthesis that you gave, very important, on different aspects related to the 70th anniversary of CNPq. I'm sure we could spend days talking about the importance of CNPq's activities, but we need to think of that we need science and technology in the future as a consolidated state activity, and not discussing each year the importance of science and technology, or every election trying to persuade people of the importance of science and technology. Science and technology is the only possible path. It is not, well, it's about the only possible path for us to produce information that we need in decision-making processes. And I agree fully with you, Tiago and Professor Rubin, that we need to place science and technology on the lap of society. And without this path, it's very difficult to advance. We cannot resort to society only when we need society. We need to place science on the lap of society. Science on the lap of society. Every day, science is a social activity with a social purpose. So we need to work on this context and place science on the lap of society. I would like to end by greeting Professor Evaldo Vilela, a long-standing friend, and Professor Zaida also, a long-standing friend. And through them, I'd like to greet all the staff of CNPq. I remember that 40 years ago, when I arrived here in the Amazon, I went to Brasilia in order to be able to talk to CNPq. And we always made it a double visit. First, we went to CNPq, then CAPES, and then we went back to CNPq, always with the story, CAPES will provide a grant, but I need another grant from you in order to take them to the Amazon. And so I would like to bring an Amazonian embrace to all Brazilian researchers that make Brazilian science, and also the technical staff of CNPq, without whom none of this would be possible. So an Amazonian embraces to all of you, and greetings to all of you for the 70th anniversary. And I hope that in 70 years we will celebrate new achievements. Thank you very much.
Acho que a gente pode dar por encerrado, né, Mariana?
So we can conclude, right? Yes, we conclude the panel and we conclude the day. Thank you very much. So we are officially concluded. See you later. See you next week, right?
Não, tem reunião agora, na quinta-feira tem reunião de diretoria essa semana que vem.
Exatamente. É, tem isso também.